No, because you keep going over there when you get going.
Well, I do, I hate, yeah.
Is this you?
My family, take care of it.
This is a pointer.
Right.
Look at this one.
We will call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. I have a roll call.
Mr. Craddy,
Here.
Mr. Whitman, Mr. Troy,
Here.
Mr. Quagliano, Mrs. Murray. Here. Mr. Thompson.
Here.
All right, with that, we'll move forward, and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we have a couple of folks here.
Good evening, board. Tonight we have some special people here with us. These are some of our staff members who are also veterans, so they're going to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you for your service.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now I'd like to invite our staff one at a time up to just tell you just a little bit about what they do for the district and what they've done for our country.
I'm William Johnson, and per usual, I'm going to go rogue. Officer Dykstra and Officer Tyson are also both veterans, but they were being very shy, so I just want to give them a shout out as well. He's hiding in the back blushing. My name's William Johnson. I've been in the district for 6 years. I am in the United States Army, and I am the principal at Marlowe Middle School.
Hi, I'm Cindy Fuhrer. I've been in the district for, this is my 27th year. I'm the science department chair at high school. I'm actually do 6th through 12. And I served in the Army National Guard.
Hi, my name's Josh Holmuth. I served in the Navy and for 4 years, and this is my second year in the district. First year I was at Connolly as a paraprofessional, and now I'm at the high school in the special ed department. And prior to that, I worked for veterans, helping them get homeless veterans off the streets. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Rolando Torres. I work at Yale Elementary School. This is I'm starting my third year teaching there, and I was in the United States Marine Corps.
Hoorah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're going.
It's not over. I'll do that for you too.
Yeah, you got your
Found a window.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
With that, are any public comments? The first one up here is Joan Davis.
Good evening. My name is Joan Davis. I'm a former teacher and a nurse, and I've been following, I'm going to say the same thing I said last time I was here, because I've spoken to the board. And once again, I want to acknowledge your hard and quite frankly, often thankless work that you do. So I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that you let us comment. I've lived in Huntley for almost 12 years, and as I said, I'm one who was a teacher, and I had a child in public school. I'm a firm believer in public education. And I would like to urge the board to focus on the candidates and the selection process for District 158. Quite frankly, these days, politics and biases seem to be encroaching in every area, including even selection of board members. And that's certainly a strong possibility here. What could be a relatively simple decision, choosing a candidate who can best support District 158 and its students, can become confused with choosing a candidate who can best promote him or herself and their biases, rather than the choice who can promote what's best for our students. With the upcoming need to select a new superintendent, you present board members have a lot on your shoulders, and it's a big decision. Many are counting on you to wisely and objectively select the right person to join you on the board. You need to focus on a candidate who can be a problem solver, can leave preconceived ideas behind, and doesn't have a personal motivation or hidden agenda. Thank you for wisely facing the decisions ahead of you. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Cataldo.
Hi, Board. I just wanted to speak briefly and praise the decision that you made to suspend the external search for a superintendent and focus on Ms. Lombard. This community loves her, and I know that you had internal pollings and you had pollings with staff. I just wanted to share a little anecdote about what she means to us and this district. It's rare, I think, to spend as much time in one place as you have, and your commitment to the kids here is just beyond outstanding. I've had 3 come through this district. My oldest is now 28. And when we were discussing recently, she was home for a visit, what was going on with the board and all of the different things that were happening here. She said, oh, I wish I could see her when I'm home. You know, she just changed my life so much. And I said, I know she did. She had a fantastic relationship with Jessica when she was over at Legee. And having 3 kids, sometimes it blurs a little bit who all the teachers were in what year and who they had. And I said, Angelica, remind me what year you had her. And she goes, she wasn't my teacher, Mom. She's my principal. And I had a moment where I thought, you're kidding me, because the level of involvement that you had in her little life when she was in class, it really struck me how she considered you a teacher. You were that involved with the students at that level. And we have watched you rise through the ranks, and your commitment to the kids here is just, it's absolutely second to none. So, Board, thank you for this choice. Hopefully, I know this is not an easy process, but best to all of you as you go through it, especially you.
Thank you. All right, with no other public comments, we'll move to number 4, revision and adoption of the agenda. I have one suggestion that we should talk about, which is just moving 12.1 to the next meeting, just understanding this might be a longer meeting tonight with the closed session topics that are out there. Any objections to that?
It doesn't, right, Paul? You know, it doesn't require more discussion than one night. Sorry, not used to the different seat. No, it doesn't require 2 nights for discussion. I know that usually there's the opening discussion, and then it allows that interaction at the cow level to sway or influence where you might have been to reconsider your position for the subsequent meeting next week. But no, it's not required to be done over a 2-week span, 2 meeting span. Yeah.
I'm just worried about a little bit of the length.
One thing, Mr. Chair, do you recall when we need to we're going to need to RSVP a delegate to go and take this information? Will we be able to do that next week?
I don't remember how quickly that turnaround needs to be.
Okay.
That should be done sooner rather than later, so that the delegate does get registered properly for the delegate assembly. Yeah. If nothing else, do that.
I got an email today, so I can register.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think if nothing else is to get that process solidified, and then we can debate the positions at a different time.
motion to adopt the agenda as written, with the exception of 12.1, which we'll move to next week's meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I have, roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we will move forward with the agenda minus 12.1. With that, I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Thompson, for 5, Curriculum and Instruction Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Tonight, Dr. McRindle is going to present some proposed high school courses for implementation in the 24-25 school year.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Tonight we have before you part of our normal course recommendation process, which is bringing ideas for new courses to the board. I want you to know that by approving these to be added to the course catalog, it does not guarantee that they will run. We have to make sure that we have enough student interest and also FTE staffing allocation and time. We have to have all that as consideration. So this is just to approve them to be added to the course catalog. The 3 that we are proposing as new is Guitar 1. It's been a request from some of the students to have that as an offering. Our staff do feel like we have staff within our current high school staffing for music that could offer and teach that course with a little bit of training. The other 2 courses also came from student requests, which is astronomy, taking a look at planetary science, and also astronomy for interstellar science. And so we put those 2 courses, or those 3 courses before you. We also have a request to change the course title of one of our courses right now. It's called Advanced Computer Science Topics, and nothing will change except just shifting it to software engineering. They're both honors level courses. It aligns more with what universities are looking at, and it just makes sense to do that. And we wanted to list the current proposed courses for dual credit options. Ms. Kennedy is working on getting a lot of these approved through MCC, and so they're still up for discussion. We have to offer, we have to apply to offer the courses ahead of time. They have to accept them. They look at who our staff are and if they have the right credentials to be able to teach these here at Huntley. And once that process goes through, then we find out if we're able to actually offer them. We wanted to let you know these are the ones we're looking at. So we have a programming 105, computer science 121, both are dual credit options. They're half a credit each, so it's a full year. The introduction to health careers would replace our medical skills and services course that we currently offer, but we wanted to be able to do that with MCC. And then our computer science dual credit course, currently we offer AP computer science principles. That course keeps changing, and so the professors, the professors at MCC and the teachers both find that the computer science dual credit course might actually be a better offering here because it's more aligned to what we feel comfortable with and we think our students need. And so we're hoping to do that. Unfortunately, MCC does not offer that as an actual course credit. They offer that as an elective credit. And so we're exploring, I know it looks random, the University of Nebraska, Omaha, but the teacher who is interested in doing this is an alum of that university, has a relationship, and they know that they can, that they'll approve her. And so that's why that exploration is occurring. We just want to let you know that we're looking at those. I also included at your table this little one-page document that outlines just what our dual credit coursework is and what it means to us. Dr. Beelan and Ms. Fish and their team yesterday, along with Ms. Kennedy, worked on, or they had a dual degree info session for our high school parents. And so we offer 2 different options for our dual credit coursework. One is just dual credit classes that students can take, and they get some credit at the high school and also at MCC. But we also have a dual degree program, which if students are enrolled in that, which we currently offer to 25 students is our cap. They will result in an Associates of Arts degree at the end from McHenry County College, as well as their high school diploma. So some of these courses fall within that offering. On the back of it is all the different courses we're offering currently that are dual credit. Just so you know, there's about 16 of them, which is exciting. And they give great opportunities to our students to be able to explore post-secondary coursework as well as complete the requirements here at the high school. So our request would be that we would be able to move these forward for formal approval at our next meeting to include these in our coursebook for next year.
No, that's great. I'm really impressed with the dual program with MCC. But one question, how is the selection process made since it's capped at 25? I'm not sure if we could best answer that.
Dr. Bueller.
Dr. Nealon, before you jump in there, there's two different things here. The students can take dual credit
For the
courses.
program, yeah.
And then
For
on top
the
of
degree
that.
program,
So,
yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
So, in our this is our third year. This first graduating class that we have this year, or this graduating class will be our first, where we'll have two diplomas that we'll be giving, at graduation. So we're excited about that. Definitely want to mention that. But, the selection process, varies just depending on the number of students that we have. Last year was our very first year out of the two that we've done it, where we've had more, than the seats that we had available. So we kind of created our process to be a little bit more robust this year, with bringing in dual credit teachers who know kind of the typical student that would go through the process, that are not closely married to the development of this. So it's not people from my team, our college and career counselor, Laura Martins. We are a part of it, but we have brought in some teachers. We are doing kind of a blind application where they have some criteria to look at of like what we're looking for and what we expect from those students based off of their applications. Applications consist of student essays, teacher recommendations, and then there are individual meetings that happen with families and so forth. So we look at the child holistically, and we had a slide specifically in our presentation last night that we did virtually that specifically talked that we don't just look at the static data in PowerSchool, discipline, attendance, and current grades, but we look at how this will benefit the student holistically. So it's not for the top, and it's not for, it's for all.
Good. Thank you, appreciate that.
Cool. Absolutely.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. McCrindle? So I have one. Do we need to build anything for the astronomy classes? So it's kind of joking, but kind of not. Because to me, there's a hands-on or a visual approach to it. A lot of that kind of coursework is great to study from a textbook. But is there another way that we can make it a little, you can't make it hands-on necessarily, but something that has a little bit more appreciation than just reading about it in a book?
Yeah, so we will definitely, Mr. True asked to work with the team as we build that out, the program itself, or the course itself, if we have enough students interested, which it looks like we will. I do know MCC has their planetarium there that we would be able to, hopefully, tap into for some of those as well. But we're with you, we want to make sure it's hands-on, that it's as applicable as we can, get kids excited about it.
And then obviously, you're going to have to schedule some time in the evening because the viewing times is much better than during the regular class time. All right, thank you for indulging me.
Real quick, and thank you for acknowledging the University of Nebraska, because it did kind of stick out. Can we just make sure we look at transferology or whatever else it is to make sure it transfers into the Illinois schools?
Absolutely.
If someone's going to go that way, computer science is a good one to have.
Absolutely.
Dr. McCrindle, if we went that direction, we would have an agreement with them and all of that. Nowadays, we would look at all of that together.
We're finding we're having to explore, just in full transparency, other partnerships beyond just MCC, because it's becoming sometimes difficult to just partner with them. And so you'll see some with Harper College as well as some other universities we might be seeing. And so we're trying to give as many experiences to our students, but also support our local community college, but sometimes just can't do it.
No, I don't think so.
Good. No other questions?
Actually, yes.
Yeah. So we are seeking then board approval for this. Can I have a motion for these courses to be accepted as submitted by Dr. McCrindle?
All you need to do is just have the affirmation of the committee, which tonight is just the two of us.
Oh.
So I have no problem with moving this forward, and then the board votes on it at the next meeting.
Paul and I agree.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
And you're still up with 5.2. You're going to present us some information on the 2023 Illinois report card.
All right. This is one of my favorite updates to do each year because it's exciting to highlight some of the growth and also areas of opportunities that we identify, as we're always trying to strive to be better in Huntley and to make sure we're providing all that we can for all students always. So our goal tonight is to review the data that's connected to our summative designation for our Huntley 158 schools. As a reminder, this data is based off of last school year, so it's the 2022 to 2023 school year, and it just was released on, what date was that, October 30th, and so we're using that data. And then I also want to identify some areas of focus and the action plans that we have to address our student learning needs. First, I just want to remind us that we keep everything connected to our strategic plan, where we have our overall mission is to provide a learning community that will inspire, challenge, and empower all students always. And we do this by focusing on our students' personal growth and development, helping them achieve their lifelong goals, helping to create those environments where they feel safe and supported, and then also just to meet the needs of our students in a sustainable way. I wanted to start with just some we believe statements as we come to learning. We do believe that students are our greatest resource and the why of everything that we do. We believe that we need safe and supportive environments that allow students to thrive. We believe that our students all learn at different rates and they learn in different ways. We believe that learning takes place within and beyond the classroom. We believe that partnerships between home, school, and the community are essential. I'm moving my little thing so I can make sure. We must remain forward-thinking and adapt to change. We believe in rigorous, that's behind the little image up there that I can't move. Rigorous learning experiences and high expectations lead to better results. We believe that assessment should drive instruction, that learning experiences should be developed with a focus on fiscal responsibility, that professional learning and coaching for teachers, staff, and leaders lead to higher success, that collaborative practices foster continuous improvement, that our instructional programs and curriculum are designed to meet our students' needs, that critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and problem solving are high leverage skills that we think all students need to possess, and that engaging in innovative environments enhance learning and teaching. So when we look at data, we want to keep all of these in the back of our minds because that's the foundational reason for what we do and when we create and support our students that we focus on. So here's some state assessment data. Another just reminder on what goes into our state assessment. For K-8, we use the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. At the high school level, we have the SAT. We also have the Illinois Science Assessment, which is only given to students in grades 5, 7, and biology. For our students who are considered English learners, they are, oh, look, Mr. Primus fixed that. That is so nice. I've been wondering for a few years how we could fix that. So we have WIDA, which is our access scores, which help measure our students' learning, language acquisition. We also have our 5 Essentials survey, which gives us our measures for our culture and climate survey for our students who take it. Our staff take that assessment or that survey, and also parents have the opportunity. Attendance goes into our overall score, and then also our graduation rate. Here is the image that shows you all of the different, I guess, criteria or how the percentages equal the whole. And you can see at the elementary level, ELA and math growth is the majority of that bucket. And then over the high school level, 50% of it is the graduation rate. And then the rest kind of fill in appropriately. The state of Illinois then takes all of our scores and gives us a summative designation rating. Those summative designation ratings are categorized as either exemplary, commendable, targeted, comprehensive, and then new this year is the intensive support. What the intensive support means is if a school was in comprehensive for a couple of years and they don't exit that, they then get moved into the intensive support category, which results in more monitoring and more changes that you need to make. So we're excited to see that all of our schools were rated commendable. Last year, as you might remember, Heinemann Middle School was designated as a targeted school based off of the scores of one of our subgroups, which happened to be our English learners. And this year, it shook out, and we ended up being commendable in all of our schools. So we're excited to see that. You'll see over there it says school improvement status. It still has a little, I guess, little thing right there. It says that we're in there, but that's because we accepted the grant dollars for this year, even though we are not rated as targeted, and it will stay that way until the grant dollars finish out. I wanted to start just with an overview of how we're doing with our IAR assessment and ELA. This is looking at our 3rd through 8th graders over time. It's different groups of kids because it's not following each grade themselves, not a cohort. And it starts in 2019 The green and blue are the percentage of students who are meeting or exceeding. That's where we want most of our students to be. The yellow is the percentage is where the students are approaching. The orange and red, the bottom two, are the percent who did not meet. You can see in 2020, we did not have scores at the time. So you can see over time, we did have a dip from 55% to 40%, but we have climbed back up to 50% of our students meeting in literacy in the 3rd through 8th grade levels, which is exciting to see. Our math scores are set up the exact same way, the bar chart, except this is 3rd through 8th grade math. You'll see that we were 46%, and we dipped down to 35. We climbed to 39 last year, or 2 years ago, and then last year we barely squeaked by with a 1% growth, but we did grow to 40% at the 3rd through 8th grade level, percent meeting and exceeding. We wanted to show you also the state score compared to our Huntley score. So Huntley is the red column, which is the far right one. The state is the blue. So in 2019, it shows you where the percentage of students who were proficient compared to Huntley. The plus number is the point percent that we were over the state on those years. So we've been 17 percentage points above the state. We dipped to 10%, and now we've climbed back up to about 15% above the state. But we are outperforming the state overall. The same exact view for math. You can see that for 3rd through 8th grade, that we were 14% above the state. We dipped to 10, and now we're hovering right around 13% above where the state is performing. As we look at the SAT scores, we're able to give you more longitudinal data because we've had the SAT longer. If you remember, the IAR assessment changed back in 2019 from the PARC assessment, which had previously been ISAT, which had previously been something else. So that's why that data is there for you, but we can show you more long-term this way. Same exact way we structured this chart. The green and the blue are our percent of students meeting and exceeding. The yellow and the red are the percent approaching and partially meeting. You can see that our scores have continued to dip over time, and we're currently at 46% meeting and exceeding on the SAT for reading. As we go to math, same exact setup. You can see that we had a jump last year of an increase of students going from 46% to 53% meeting and exceeding. But then, I guess that was 2 years ago, last year we had a pretty large dip down to 35% meeting and exceeding. Here is our literacy SAT state comparison, the same chart. So Huntley is in red, the state of Illinois is in blue. And you can see what percent we've been above the state. And we started out above 18%. We're right around 14% above the state right now. And then in math, it had 19%. And then we're right around 8% above the state, which is something we're definitely honing in on. We also want to show, one of the requests from the board a couple of years ago was how do we compare across other districts? And so the districts that are down below are ones that we have set as comparable districts. About, I think 6 years ago, we might have started identifying those and we tweaked them a little bit. Most of these are K-12 districts. The only ones that are not are Crystal Lake 47 and 155 are two separate districts because they put together their K-12 district. And you can see Huntley is in the red there and kind of where we perform compared to our comparable districts. This is our proficiency scores in literacy, and they are able to combine IAR and SAT from the state level. So this is our whole district, where they would place us on a continuum of where we score. Our proficiency scores hang in there when you compare us to most of our other districts. This is the same exact thing, except it's just McHenry County. So it's our literacy scores across McHenry County. They're not all K-12 districts. You'll note that the two that are above us are K-8 districts, and so they don't have a high school scores kind of averaging in there, which, you know, we definitely hone in on and try to figure out what we can do to support that. But you can see where we score. This is the math proficiency back to the original. These are our comparable districts that the board identified 6 years ago that we've been continuing to monitor our progress against. And then here is McHenry County, where our math scores fall amongst the mix. Christian Burton is a high school only district, and so that one is above us on there. We also want to show you science. This is the first year that we can actually show science proficiency. In the past, it's just been participation, the percent of kids who actually participated. And we're excited to see how high we score proficiency-wise with science. We've been putting a lot of effort into our interdisciplinary units at the K-5 level, as well as Explore being offered as a special the last couple of years. Project Lead the Way connections at middle school and high school and some of our different coursework. And so we're starting to see some of that in our science scores. So these are the comparable districts where we score compared to them. And then in McHenry County, where we score with science as well. We are going to tell you what we're doing to help improve this, I promise. We're going to get through all the data first, so I'll let you see it all. We also want to show you some of what the growth measures look like. So as a reminder, what growth looks like is they take a student and how they scored their prior year, and so they start with 4th grade because you can't have a growth score from 3rd grade because that's your baseline year. And then they compare how you scored in 5th grade against the same grade level of students who had the same prior test performance score, and they give you a number. So if I received a 50 and Ms. Lombard received a 50 last year, but then this year I only got to 60 and Ms. Lombard got to 75, she grew more than I did, so she will have a higher growth score than I will, because hypothetically we started at the same spot and we should be able to grow a similar amount. And it's a mean SGP is like your average miles per hour. So sometimes you kind of speed up or not, but they kind of average it to kind of stay the same, and that's what they use to tell us how our growth is. So what we did here was put a chart together that shows you the grade levels across the bottom. And so we have our all students is that first little block. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are the other blocks kind of going to the right. This is literacy. And we use the key that Illinois tells us. So what Illinois says is if you're under 40% on that, there's room for improvement, 40 to 44. And then they say if you're 50 plus or minus 3, you're average, 54 to 60 is above average, or 60 or above is excellent. And so you can see that we are at least above average, or excellent in all of our grade levels for literacy, for growth. Which this is important because if you remember the pie chart, 50% of growth falls in that area. And if we want to try to get to an exemplary rating, we need to really try to move that needle. We wanted to look at our children with disabilities, which is the way the state of Illinois categorizes any student who might have an IEP or receiving special services. So it's the blue is the same for our all students, so everyone averaged in together. The red is where our children with disabilities scores would be for their growth. Generally, we're going to try to push those numbers up a little bit more because we're giving a lot of specialized support and we're trying to really help them accelerate and close that gap. But they are not performing too far below where the all students are with their growth. Same exact view back to the all students for math. You can see that our growth is lower on this one, but it's not in the area of room for improvement. But something we definitely want to hone in on and try to help our kids grow. And then we start to see our students with disabilities kind of performing at different rates by grade level. It's exciting to see 4th grade actually almost being above our all student growth average, which is good to see. And 6th grade is almost there. And then 7th grade, we need to work on what's going on there. We also were able to take a look at, in 11th grade, our juniors take the fall PSAT, it's the MMSQT, which is the column on the left of each of these lines, and then they take the SAT, which is the column on the right of that. And so we're able to see by how they grow, the same students fall to spring. We can't track them spring to spring because we don't take the PSAT in the spring each year, but we can show you how the students that we had last year on the SAT grew. And I just found out, actually, this all got released just today, and so I was able to add this chart in, so it is new. I just wanted to explain that. So down below are where the different categories are that the SAT for literacy measures. So command of evidence is one of our categories, and you can see that our students in the green did improve from their fall rating to their spring rating from 22% to 27%. The words in context is vocabulary, is really what that's looking at. You can see that that decreased some. The expression of ideas is written response and how they are writing, and that increased from 26% to 35%. And then grammar is that last category, and it did decrease. Same thing for math, because we're trying to dig into what we need to do to help move our needle on that green percentage. I also should have said this before, this is using the College Board cut scores. The state of Illinois decided about 3 years ago to tighten or make their cut scores more rigorous than the College Board cut scores. And so just not off of Illinois, it's just the College Board ones here. It's just interesting that we make our decisions like that sometimes. So the harder algebra is that first one, which the SAT really does measure algebra 1. Like that's a huge indicator for how kids are going to be doing. And you can see that we actually increased the red, unfortunately, in between fall and spring. The same with problem solving and data analysis. But then our passport to advanced math, while the green stayed the same, the red did decrease, so that yellow did get a little bit bigger. So we are able to dive a little bit into growth if we look at it from this angle. We had some subgroup celebrations. So we are given an all-student average for our summative ratings, and then each of our subgroups have individual scores. So the way this is structured is the color and the school matchup. So the English learner population at Heinemann actually outperformed the all-student average, which is absolutely outstanding, as the year before they did not. So that is great celebration and something we are just so proud of our Heinemann staff and teachers and Ms. Concho Jordan for her leadership and trying to help support our staff there and meeting their needs. That's a huge celebration. Something else that we are very proud of, we've seen this, it's trending, we're going to keep watching it, but once students are exited as EL learners, they become a category called former EL, and so you're able to track them. Our former EL students, once they reach that score, which means that their language is at the level they need to be able to not receive EL support, hold their own in middle school and at the high school and also at Conley, which that is huge. So the work that we do to help, if we can push our kids to reach that score, they maintain their growth and they outperform our all-student average. Our Black or African American populations at the high school and at the middle schools in Martin all outperform our all-student average. Our Asian population at both middle schools, the high school, McGee, Martin, and Conley outperform our all-student average. Two or more races is another category that the state looks at, which outperforms at Marlowe. And then the white population outperforms at both middle schools, McGee, Martin, McCaven, and Chapstick. And then it's just important to note that in order to have a subgroup, you have to have 20 students or more to be included in that school's rating. So if we only have 19, they don't have that subgroup. We also want to show you the high school graduation rate. It is staying strong at 96%. I know Dr. Beelan and his team have worked really hard to make sure that we are coding our data correctly and making sure that our kids are supported to graduate, because that is 50% of their rating at the high school level. And so we want that number as high as possible to be able to get as many points as we can in our state rating. You can see that constantly grown over time. So kudos to Dr. Beelan and his team. The ninth grade on track, this is looking at, I had to make a note so I don't say this wrong. This is measuring the students who have 5 credits or more in any class that are passing. And then also they cannot fail more than half of a credit of a core class. And core classes are math, science, social studies, and English. And so you can see that our number is right around 87% of students that meet that criteria. And by on track, they mean graduation. It's exciting to see that even though it's an 87% there, we do graduate 96% at the end. So we do something in between there to up that number. Our chronic absentee rate has climbed this year. You know, we have a strategic plan item to address that, and I know that we've been working with our building teams and Ms. Lombard to help lead some of our supports there. And so what chronic absentee means is that any student who misses 10% of their school days in the academic year without a valid excuse, and there are 180.
For any excuse. Truancy is with a valid excuse. Chronic absenteeism is any absence. Oh, this counts.
Yeah, I read it. They might have it wrong on their little thing. So 10% of the school days, and so that would be of 180 days. So once a kid misses 18 days, they're considered chronically absent. It sounds like a lot, but we have 26% of our students who are currently doing that within our district. The state also started last year presenting the equity journey. This is looking at how our district scores in 3 categories, so student learning, learning conditions, and elevating educators. And they compare us on a continuum, starting at step 1 being we have some large gaps, step 4 being minimal gaps. So I believe the goal is to be over towards the 3 and 4s, and it's just where we fall currently. We also wanted to show you some of our EL population over time. I think this is a very interesting and exciting story to tell. So we have grown since January 2017, starting at 221 EL students to, in November, we just got December, 774 EL students. We have over 40 languages represented, and the top 5 languages include Spanish, Polish, Romanian, Ukrainian, and Russian. And Ms. Jordan's working on getting us a percentage of that, but it's not an easy task to figure it out. So when it comes to our English learner scores, the state has put together this criteria. They use the access assessment, which is a language proficiency exam. And when a student comes into, becomes a first-time student enrolled in our schools, they're given they're given a certain number of years. And so it is their baseline year plus 5 to exit the access score. So they take a score on a student their first year, and then they say, how many points do you need to grow between now and 5 years to exit? Then they divide that by 5, and then they give you a target for each year. So we get points if the child meets that target that the state sets for each of those students. If you want to read all that, you can, but that's the summary. So here's how we are scoring with our EL learners. Our K-5 learners, with the total points that we could have was 5 this year. On average, we get 4.2, which is that's a good number to have. So 4.2 of our students average score 4.2 at the K-5 level. The 6-8 level is 1.8, and at 9-12 is 1.4. We know that we need to work, put some effort in our 6-12 level. We also know that many times these students are what we might call long-term ELs. So when a student first comes, and think about it when you think about toddlers learning language, you jump and you just start to like really acquire it more easily the younger you are. As we get older, we have to change our techniques a little bit to help support them. And so we're seeing that trend, and we know we can do that. We just need to make sure that we're honing in on some of our strategies to help support them more. We want those numbers to be as close to 5 as possible. We just want to celebrate the work that Heinemann Middle School did last year to help get our students to where we are, because we're just so proud of that work. There are 4 areas that we focused in on and wrote a school improvement plan for. The first was focusing on language development across all subject areas. And so we were intentional in including listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and supporting all of our EL students in all of our subject areas in their language development. We also provided a lot of professional learning. Ms. Jordan was able to work with the Illinois Resource Center. When you're on a list with the state with school improvement, you have to partner with some of their approved providers to provide professional learning. And so Illinois Resource Center is one of their approved providers. And so they came in and they worked with our staff and are currently still working with the staff at Heinemann and also some of our middle school and high school on some of these strategies as well. Something we did that I think was very helpful was an individual multilingual learner profile was created for each of our students so that we could really see where is the child, what they're scoring, what small group construction goals we might need to do, and how we could progress monitor to reach those goals. And then we engage in some two-way communications with families by sharing some resources and activities. Ms. Poncho Jordan started some meetings and groups so that families could learn about what we're doing at school, so they could support it at home, offering some language classes for our families also, so they could learn some English as well to help support their child with their language development at home. So again, we're very proud of the work that Heinemann and their staff did, and we are duplicating that across the other secondary schools especially because we saw such a great improvement. We're hoping to see that over at Marlowe as well as the high school. Right now, that's the data, and I'm going to go into what we're doing as a response to. Are there any questions at this moment?
Please go ahead.
Keep going? Okay. So here's our response. So we believe in creating this data culture, and we started working on this intentionally about 5 or 6 years ago, and we believe that these 5 components really build and lead to that culture of data that's going to lead to improvement. So the first thing we want to focus on is our core instructional approaches. That's what are we doing with all of our students? What does the instruction look like? What are the materials that we're doing? What are the instructional strategies? We also believe in responsive instruction. So if a student is getting it or is not getting it, what are we doing to help support them? We also are trying to really make sure that our professional learning is aligned to help really target and drive the improvement in those different areas. We've been building out our school improvement plans over the last couple of years and gotten better at that and making sure that our school improvement goals align to our district goals, and that then we're able to have action items that are all connected and helping to improve our student learning. And then it ends with that continuous improvement cycle because we believe we're never done. We're always constantly trying to get better and try to be the best that we can be for our students. So some specific things that we're working on are for the core instructional approaches. We did shift our resources with K-5 literacy, or with math, so I'm going to do math first. And as you can see from the data, we did not feel good that we were sitting at that percentage of proficiency, and so we kept seeing that number not changing, and therefore sometimes you have to make a decision to change materials in order to hopefully to change that trajectory. And so we're excited to see with illustrative math, as we're continuing to have our students experience that and our teachers get more comfortable with that, seeing that change with our data. For literacy, you saw that growth happening. We're very proud of that work. We think it's the science of reading support that we've been doing, and we're starting to do up at our 6-12 level. We're continuing to strengthen that every day. We're trying to make sure that Ms. Moan and our coaches as well, they work really hard to help support our teachers and their implementation of this, and having conversations about what tweaks we need to make, because we know a program doesn't fix the issue. We have to make sure that the practice is behind it and that the implementation is going well as well. At the 6-12 level, we're in year 2 of Carnegie Math. There is research out there, and we don't want to use this as an excuse in any way, shape, or form, that there is generally an implementation dip the first couple of years that you try something, but that's not good enough for us, and we want to make sure that we're trying to close that gap. And with literacy at the 6-12 level, we're really trying to integrate that literacy throughout the content areas, starting with vocabulary. If you remember the SAT, when we broke down those scores, the vocabulary area was an area of concern. So with the science of reading, professional learning connected with vocabulary, we're confident that that will start moving that needle. And then we're actually beginning our literacy review right now at the 6-12 level. For the same reason I discussed why we needed to make a shift with math, the scores consistently keep going down a little bit, and we feel like we need to take a look at what's going on. And so Mr. Truax and our department chair at the high school are starting to build out what that could look like. That second area I focused on was that responsive instruction. So the K-5 level, we're incorporating diagnostic assessments to drive instructional focus for win time and interventions. Ms. Moan has worked really hard to help develop some decision-making trees for staff to be able to say the student is scoring here. This is some ideas of what you could do to help support them. Because sometimes it's hard to make those decisions on your own, and we have research and data to support that. And so we want to make sure that every time we have a student, it's purposeful and helping them grow. Ms. Spears and her team are really looking at our interventions and saying, are we meeting the needs of the students that we have? And then the second bullet point under K-5 is something that we're excited to do and something we really need to focus on. We're trying to focus on our assessment scores and looking at our growth rate to emphasize those who meet and exceed. For the last couple of years, we've been so focused on how do we help close learning gaps and how to help students who aren't achieving. We feel like we might have lost our focus on that tier 1 in the kids that are green and blue. And so we're trying to put an intentional focus there to increase the number of green up to blue, and also those kids kind of on the bubble to move them to green. And so we're kind of shifting our approach there and hoping that we believe that will result in some positive scores. At the 6-12 level, they are leveraging some small group instruction for differentiation for student needs and literacy, especially in the middle school. Mathia is the online program that is connected to Carnegie, and so we know that last year there was some feedback from both parents and students that maybe in staff that it wasn't as engaging or meaningful to them. So some of the support that has been being provided through their continued professional learning with Carnegie is how do we use that data to actually inform the student support, so I can go and say, Ms. Lombard is struggling with this skill right now. What can I do to help support her versus just letting her continue to use that computer program? So that's been a focus this year. The high school level also has some intervention structures currently through their advisory classes and skill development courses at the 9-12 level. This is in the infancy to provide some interventions at the 6-12 level. And so Ms. Spears is really working on how to build that up and make sure that we are giving our students who we know need some support, the support that they need in the most, in the best way. And then at the high school level specifically, they are using the student needs they're identifying kids' needs through the STAR and other formative measures to try to figure out how can we help move our students along further. So instead of just giving the assessment, how do we use the assessment to target that data? Professional learning is something we definitely believe in, and we feel like this is something that we have to give our teachers in order to help them be, to have the skills that they need to meet the needs of our students. And so these are not set up by grade level, but with our literacy instructional approaches, we're continuing to strengthen that literacy approach. We're also trying to roll out that science of reading with that introduction on vocabulary, which I talked about a little bit earlier. With math at the K-5 level, we're differentiating our math support because we have some teachers who are in year 2 of their illustrative math instruction and others that are just beginning. And so we're providing a variety of supports. And I know Ms. Bone does a great job of making sure that that's targeted to exactly what the teachers need. And then at the 6-12 level, we've had the Carnegie team come in and kind of follow what the Math Institute was doing for elementary with some model lessons, doing some co-teaching and having that time to debrief with our teachers because it's something different when you have someone who is an expert in the program to come in and show you how it's done and then also give you feedback on what you're doing, and that helps kind of that growth in their learning of how to implement it. We also focus on instructional coach support. We have coaching cycles that our instructional coaches provide, which is job-embedded learning for our teachers. They also give some topic-specific professional learning based on teacher choice. So when a teacher says, I want to work on this, they step in to help them do that. They also provide some targeted professional learning based on data analysis. So when we look at our data and we say, oh, this is where a gap is, they come in with some ideas of how a teacher could maybe shift some instruction now instead of having to wait till the next institute day or the next early release day. Ms. Gill and her team are working on some role-specific professional learning for our special services staff and differentiating what that looks like. We are receiving feedback that we need to make sure that we give them what everyone else is getting and the specialized, and that's hard to do, and we're trying to balance that, but that is a goal that we try to have. And then Ms. Poncho Jordan is working on some strategies to increase access for our English language learners across all of our classrooms. For that fourth area, this really lives on our shoulders of our principals, and I have to say we have some of the best instructional leaders that I have ever seen in our schools leading it, and we are just so grateful for the work that they do. It starts with our schools. They identify a SIP plan, and they each have 3 or 4, depending on who it is, goals. One is always focused on literacy, one is on math, and then one is that SEL or behavior management focus goal currently, which is focused on how are students experiencing that. They then work with a team and they analyze our local assessment data, which includes AIMSweb, STAR, the PSAT, some of our common assessments, and they identify some strengths and some areas of improvement. And then from there, action plans are developed to target staff and student needs, and they include professional learning and lots of resources to help support that. And Ms. Lombard and I, over the last couple of years, have really worked to make those be living documents, living conversations. You know, she and I check in and we try to be there and present and give that feedback. And the principals do just such a great job of including their teams and making sure that they're focused on that school improvement goal, which aligns to our district strategic plan. So this year, each of their goals, as you guys encouraged us to stretch our district strategic plan goals, their goals are stretched as well. And we know that we might not quite meet that, but we're going to strive for it, because if we don't strive for it, we're not going to get where we want to go. And so I know that's a heavy lift on them, and it's a great, they do an amazing job at that. And then that final little area is just to show you that there's not a separate thing we're doing. All of that is embedded in the continuous improvement cycle. We truly don't believe the work we do is ever done. We identify something, we strive to make a plan for it, find the root causes, have some goals, make an action plan, we test it. We then make sure if it's working, let's just do it across the board, we implement, but then we are always going back and saying, can we do this better? And so that's something that we truly believe and strive in, and want to make sure that we're doing what's best for our students. All that together equals our response to how we are supporting our students. And with that, any questions?
Very good. Any questions from the board?
No, just one question. So obviously significant English learner growth over the last couple of years. I mean, those are obviously in our scores. I mean, it's got to have some kind of impact. It's almost 10% of our students are now learners. So I'm assuming that you're seeing it has some kind of impact. So, okay, so it's obvious.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to kind of...
Yeah, so in the all student average, which is what our ratings are on, it includes EL, students with, you know, PWD,
right.
all of the different
all
subjects.
day, it's everybody in that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's fine. So just the real quick comments, the real positive science is, you know, borderline spectacular. Where that's gone, I think you can attribute a lot of that to the medical academy being in place for the length of time it's been, and seeing it, the scores up there with some of those more elite schools in the Chicagoland area is very exceptional to see. Again, obviously, you know, we won't shy away from the math. It's certainly a disappointment, and I know that's an item of for your staff to dive into and get a better handle on what's transpiring in that area. My overall comment is the scores are, in my opinion, they're good. You know, we're better than good in McHenry County, but that's not the end-all, be-all. I mean, for us, I think in general we all would probably like to strive, you know, to see this continuous improvement. It is hard for a longer time board member to see where we were at pre-COVID and to see it come down to where it's at, but it's nice to see that the gradual rebound has happened, and we're probably a year away from being back to where we were pre-COVID, which is just you know, a kick in the pants for everybody. It's not just our district; it's everybody's district. But in general, happy in the sense of, you know, things are moving, other than the math piece, in the right direction, and would just want to continue to, you know, you made a comment about the meets and exceeds, trying to get that component, you know, not just focusing completely on the lower piece, but really trying to get more of the kids into just the higher end of the spectrum there. I think we see from the amount of, you know, graduation rate is important, but it isn't always the end-all, be-all. But I think the bigger piece we saw was the amount of our students who went on to 4-year, 2-year, or technical colleges. That volume is a, you know, it wasn't presented in this data, but past data is showing that our kids are performing well in that respect and moving on, and that all of that is, you know, all stuff that's all and going in the right direction. So appreciate the efforts of the whole staff and the administration. Great presentation.
Yeah, thank you. When you brought up the math, I wanted to just address something that Ms. Lombard and I were talking about a couple days ago. We do plan on trying to pull a group of our representative teachers, especially at the 6-12 level, together to talk about what's going on and trying to unravel that. There are some ideas that we have in regards to pacing of some of our standards because SAT is so algebra heavy. The way our structure is set up, kids take Algebra 1, Geometry, and then Algebra 2, so there's kind of a gap in between those of some algebra skills, and so we're hoping that we could figure out a way to spread that out a little bit, but we want to get some teacher voice on that because they're the experts, they see it, they know, they're the people who really know what we could do. That's one idea that we have to help hopefully figure out how we can continue to, or actually just move the needle, not continue, we want it to go the other way.
I can't help but think that, you know, what happened during COVID also had an impact across the board on our students. You know, math is kind of like a muscle that if you don't use, you lose that ability, and especially during key years of your school where you're making that jump from basic math to algebra and then your algebra skills into the higher math levels. So I'd be willing to bet that some of that had an impact as well. Overall, very proud of our students and our teachers. Anyone else?
Yeah. I need a little help. I'll start there. Because when we look at the different rainbow charts of yellows and greens and blues, and you have that matriculation that goes on from year to year, and then you get that information, and there's obviously room for growth. We want to move the kids from yellow up to the next tier, right? Where I struggle is looking at the information that the state report card says is commendable, and yet we have a decline here, and it doesn't quite line up. And so I don't quite understand how you can have these types of scores and then be rated in the overall and the aggregate. So parsing that out, then digging into the nuances of the data, because this is a lump sum data. So then where are those little nooks and crannies, and what might be low hanging fruit? Where can we make the tweaks in order to have a substantive impact on the growth? And where do we need to focus more interventionists or more focused ways of improving those abilities and scores?
Absolutely, it's a great question. So when we go to look at this, the way that indicators and weights are set up, Mr. Torres will get exactly what we're diving into, is we look at every single piece of this pie chart and we say, what percent of the points are we actually receiving? We do not receive anywhere close to the full points for growth at the K-8 level. If you remember where that kind of those little squares were, we want those at 60 or above, and it's close to 100 actually. And so we really want those up at 80%, and we're just not there. Now, what's interesting is our proficiency rates. The state of Illinois set an end goal for 2033, and then they divided it up and said every year where we need to be growing. We get full points for proficiency every year, and we still did this year because we are meeting what the state actually says is proficient. But to your point, our overall points aren't, that doesn't make you exemplary because our growth is what's holding us back, because that's where the bulk of that is a K-8. For the high school, we're seeing it in our chronic absentee rate, that 9th grade on track, and then some in the climate survey, which we're going to work on getting our students to take that assessment, that survey, Dr. Beelan. That's where we see it. We were considered proficient for math and literacy as well with our SAT scores currently. Math is literally right on the bubble though. So next year, if that was our score, we wouldn't be considered. So to your point, it's interesting because it's hard to see those numbers going down, but then you're commendable. But it's because they take all those other factors into place and growth outweighs it, which is why you might look at some other districts, if you look at other districts or schools that might have different ratings, their growth might have been a higher score than us, but they might have actually not received the proficiency points that we received, but they're considered exemplary potentially because of that. Hard.
No, and I understand it, and there's a lot of data to parse through. You had a very lengthy presentation with a lot of information to filter through, and you're the education experts and understand this. I'm looking at it from the lens of the public. They don't have that expertise, and it's not meant to demean or anything to the public. It's just a different understanding. So when you look at the data on the surface and say, yep, this is the chunk of kids that are meeting and exceeding, yet overall, they're still applying four-year schools, or they're still going on to succeed in other aspects. And again, it's the discontinuity of what is considered meeting and exceeding, and then still going on to have success in life all the same. So it's trying to find a way to level that understanding or level the data so that we can all consume it in a way that is easy for us to understand, instead of nitpicking it to death and picking out the good pieces or the bad pieces and focusing on that respective side of the spectrum.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, just a few questions. And I guess the first thing is, take it with a grain of salt. I'm never content with any results. So you could show 99% proficiency, and I'd be, why can't we get the other percent?
We call that continuous improvement, right?
So I haven't gone through the data at the school level, but there are definitely artifacts of some grades doing well and some grades maybe not doing well. I know you're digging into that a bit, and what can we learn from that, right? I think fourth grade popped out as really doing well, and then seventh grade and a few other places. So keep digging into the data to understand the why, please, because, and maybe I'm one of the members of the public that Mr. Crow was referring to, but when I look at a 6-year decline in the SAT scores in both the English and the math side of things, I wonder what can we do to stem that and bring that back up? And because it does go back to 2017. And the math side of things, we've talked about this a bit. We need to understand what's going on in the district around the math thing. And again, we've talked about this before. What I look at is we used to have 36% pass 8th grade algebra, and it's now down to 21%. The fact that we're actually well below the state. And I don't understand what happened. And I think, I don't know if we're not pushing enough kids into that, or when they get into that, they're struggling with it and they're dropping out. And that's where we need to understand that data a little bit, if you want to comment.
Yeah, so I think it's a little of both of those. To be honest, in December, one of the topics that we're going to bring to you is the State of Illinois' new acceleration plan, which we can talk about. But historically, we have not pushed as many kids into Algebra 1. And the State of Illinois is asking us to put a plan together to increase the number of kids that are in those upper level honors classes, and Algebra 1 is considered an honors class for 8th grade. And so we have a whole proposal for that. So I think, yes, that's part of it. We might have some students who are just not being challenged enough. And when they do go in there, they rise to the occasion and with the rigor and the coursework, and they might actually start to flourish because they're being challenged at the level and we just haven't caught them yet. And then the other piece that you said, there are some students who are inappropriately placed, and then what are those supports that we provide around them to help support them is something we need to dive into. So yes to both of those. We'll have more on that acceleration plan next month.
So I promised there were 4 questions. Here's the other ones that may or may not be related. So the truancy one, you had the slide on there. The opposite of the truancy was chronic absenteeism. That went down, but our truancy went way up. So is it just people calling in for travel sports? I don't know if I understand how that happened.
Well, I think that's one of the things we're really digging into, and I know that through our MTSS process, the multi-tiered systems of support, one of the things that all of our buildings are looking at is that absenteeism. And if Lombard is absent, might be a very different reason than Mr. Rickman's absent and all of those, and that we've got to figure out what that root cause is. Because how would we tackle that? It may be very different if someone's, maybe it's that they don't have a ride to school. Now, transport everybody, but so that might not be the best example, but we would target that a little bit differently than maybe someone where there's anxiety, and to be able to really pinpoint those things. One of the things that we tried ensuring that we were doing, might have seen some of the truancy numbers, and is how we coded our students. Because if we are coding correctly, and I know there's still work to go on that part of that, you can't get to that root cause. And so in the past, if a parent called in that their student was out, it was an excused absence at the elementary level. Well, but there are various reasons for that, and yes, absolutely, parents need to be, part of that, but if that reason is something that we can help target and to really be able to provide support to that student and that family, we need to know those kind of reasons and rationale. And so I think that part of that could have been our coding, and changes with our policy, because again, we want, those numbers. And then how do we tap into that support? There's certainly things that we can help, within it at the district level, but, the county level may be able to also help support some things that maybe we can't tap into resources for, and to be able to have that whole wraparound service. So some of those numbers may have gone there, and that 26%, when we've talked to other places, and they're like, oh, that's really pretty good. Well, that number scares me, right? That's not good. And so it's concerning what are some of those other scores that are out there. But how do we, again, there's a variety of reasons that those numbers are there. Part of it is how, people feel uncomfortable in the environment. Others are other components that we have to do, whether it's home hospitalization, things like that, and we'll start to tap into.
That's just, I don't know, 26% missing 18 or more days of school. If you're not going to learn, if you're not in school, we need to figure out how to help that, and maybe that's a call to parents.
I forgot, I wanted to mention that too. I mean, we got to hammer that. It's a parent thing too. We have to communicate with the parents. I mean, parents have to take responsibility in this community to get their kids to make sure they're in school. I mean, I can just tell you, I had 3 kids go through school, 4 years, 12 years of school in high school. My kids didn't miss 18 days cumulatively, okay? The kids need to be in school, period. And I don't know how more simply to put it, but whatever we've got to do to help establish the communication with the parents to ensure that they're coming to school. The other piece of this is, we're in the EBF formula now, okay? Back before general state aid, it was the best 3 months of attendance is what determined how much state aid you were getting. Right now, how does the EBF work with it? It doesn't.
Enrollment's part of the calculation, but because of the whole.
Because of the farm list, it's not affecting us, right? Okay, I'm with you.
There are a couple of components that are attached to attendance, but not the majority of our funding there.
Right.
So there are a few things that we have to look at. Last year, there was a big push again. We had those systems pre-2020 of teams, and it looks a little different. Might be the pod area at the high school, but where you are having social workers, administration, nurses, the front office staff, a variety of team members, hold those lists on a monthly basis. Say, here's our absences that are at 10% at that time. And so that will grow and shrink as we have more days that are going on, and that there's communication. So whether it's the phone call, starting with that component, or we've got the letters. And I know those letters really upset people, but it's another way. Sometimes it's, wow, I had no idea it's been that many numbers. Others is, hey, we're here to support you. It's not to be punitive, but how can we partner together? If those letters aren't working, we're encouraging and setting up meetings so that we can sit down and say, okay, we're going to create a plan for Jessica, and how do we support those? And then there's a variety of steps that go in there. And again, we want our parents to know it's not to be punitive, it's more to be informative, as well as how do we partner together to get our students here.
I wanted to emphasize a point that Ms. Lombard made about the accuracy of our data. I think we could share this with her. Today we were able to see a mock-up of Unified Insights kind of work with our data warehouse, and we're at the point where we're trying to tweak everything. But Ms. Spears has been working closely with Mr. Primus and his team to make sure that we are coding everything correctly, because data is only as good as the data we put in, the data we see out of there, and we're finding some inconsistencies. And so we do also predict that that could be part of these scores, and as we just naturally clean up that data and have a tool such as Unified Insights that will allow us to see it on a regular basis and track it even better, we feel a little confident that we'll have a slightly better score here from some of that data cleanup.
Do you get like cross-tab data where you can dig into these people are chronically
eventually,
absent, this is what their scores are?
Yeah.
Maybe we can make a connection to the parents of, yes, it's fun to go to Disney World, but maybe do it during one of our breaks.
Right.
Yeah. I think most of our buildings, we have different resources out there to again show, even down to our littlest friends in kindergartner, when you're starting those habits of X number of days missing is this much in your career and kind of looking down the road even into college and career readiness, components of that. And so, again, those are just helpful tips to be mindful of, and we want to push those kinds of things out as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the state recently, and I don't remember if it's 1 or 2 years ago, change the law that allows for 5 mental health days as well? And how does that factor in either from a coding level or the actual being out of the classroom?
Yeah, so chronic absenteeism is 10% for any reason. So maybe someone has used all 5 of those days. Maybe there's a vacation. Maybe that person is involved with golf, I was going to say a sport that is going downstate, or there's time that they need to be out. All of those things, even if it's school related, it is like those are allowed 5 days. They're excused. And chronic absenteeism is definitely seen arise as different components have come up through that. We know that it's something that one evening we were looking back and forth on just the number utilized at the high school alone, and how do we target that, and how do we make sure. So after the first call where it's Mental Health Day, I was kind of noted with that. We make people aware. After that second one, it really needs to be that team is wrapping around to say, hey, Jessica has her second. We need to look at, do we need to provide services, whether it's through our counselor, social work, outside, to wrap around. That third one comes in, now a deeper conversation of how do we, again, offer supports, because we do know that there's reasons and rationale so that those days might need to be used, but we've got to make sure that we are wrapping around and providing that student the services, so that maybe after the 5, there aren't additional days that student may be coming out.
And I remember at the III conference last year, there was a session that discussed these types of absences, not just the chronic ones, but even the mental health days. And what I recall of that was that the intention was good, but things kind of have morphed a little bit. And so what was actually happening as the results of that were not exactly following what the original intention was. And that certainly, like you said, because it's for any reason, I can see where that helps augment those numbers a little bit.
And then the last question is more for Mr. Altmeyer. We've had this conversation back and forth a little bit. There's an item around the school finances that breaks it down between what's in-school spending versus what's in-district spending. And I think just going back and forth, it sounds like there hasn't been a lot of guidance on that, but just I think we want to work to try to get it a little bit closer so we can see what we're actually spending in the schools versus in the district as a whole.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Thank you again.
All right, with that, we move to number 6, special education. You're up first, so I'll call on you, Mrs. Grace.
Yeah, you can take over. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So the Special Education Committee has 2 requests in front of you. The first is the request to consider or to approve the purchase of 2 vehicles. We've provided a memo with some context around the need for providing additional transportation options that are wheelchair accessible for our students who are receiving special education transition services throughout the community as part of the support they need to reach their post-secondary outcomes. So the Light Steering Committee has worked really hard on looking at ways we can provide our students with additional opportunities within the community, day trips and field trips that will support their outcomes. We recognize that with that request and need, it requires us to provide transportation options for the students who need access to those trips. What we also know is that there is a very limited availability to those wheelchair accessible vehicles. They're very expensive, and right now the availability is limited to there's like a 1-year lead time for most of those vehicles. So even trying to obtain quotes is very difficult. They're not out there. So we looked at new and used. And so we were able to obtain 2 quotes for a 12+1 lift activity bus. That type of vehicle would allow for, obviously, a wheelchair accessible option and additional seating. Those would be able to be driven by our staff within the program because they would be providing day trips for students to access those special education transition services. The costs are there for you to look at. They're expensive, obviously. Our initial thought was that we would be able to provide, that we would be able to purchase the activity bus and the minivan that's attached as well with grant money that we have in our special education, our rollover dollars. Unfortunately, the cost is expensive because the equipment and the specialization of the vehicles. So you'll see that we have quotes for the activity bus, and then we also have an additional quote for a wheelchair accessible minivan. The minivan is less expensive, but again, allows us to at least explore what our opportunities are to purchase 2 vehicles. So essentially, when we're looking at the cost and funding, we know that our options are limited for what we can purchase. We also know that we will need at least these 2 vehicles. So we would like to move forward with a recommendation to purchase one of the activity buses and one conversion van. We would really recommend purchasing the activity bus through our IDEA grant dollars. We have enough to do that. There are some rules to our IDEA, our rollover, meaning we have to spend those dollars by January 28th. And so this is a good time for us to kind of move this forward. The other vehicle, the conversion van, would have to be budgeted through our transportation dollars for their school year 25. And so we've talked with transportation, with Mr. Altmeyer about the need to do that, and we anticipate the availability of funding to purchase at that time. So the recommendation is for the approval of the purchase of these 2 vehicles, and one out of our ARP grant and then one out of our fiscal year 25 transportation budget. Oh, one other thing, I just wanted to say, as part of the ARP grant, we indicated specifically that the activity bus that we would be purchasing would be designated specifically for students either in the LIGHT program or students who are accessing post-secondary transition services, so that there is a dedicated, a dedicated place and opportunity for our students in the LIGHT program. I just wanted to say that.
Mr. Troy, anything?
Questions or?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any questions. Yeah, just make that
I
sense.
have one quick question, because I'm not familiar with your ARP grant. If you weren't using it for this, what could you possibly use it for beyond?
Say that again, if we weren't using...
If you weren't using it for this acquisition potentially, what else could you use it for?
The ARP dollars?
Yeah.
Oh, anything that as a special education, that we've decided is a need in the special education department. So they are IDEA dollars, so they do need to be dedicated to special education funding. So I mean, any identified resource that we need. I think for us, the limitation of like, we have to spend it by January 28th, which is a good problem to have. But when we looked at the priorities that we have right now in the department, we know that our students, especially our students who have specialized transportation needs, are also needing access. And so that was where that priority
I
came
just
from.
wasn't familiar with how narrow the scope of the grant was.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess to follow up on that, so all the other needs have been met using these dollars, and so we need to spend it, not someplace, but this would be a good use of what's left in that particular.
I believe so. I think it's a good use of our dollars. I think it promises access where we've needed it. We've definitely identified it. I know we'll use it. We probably have a greater need than that, but I think it's a good place for us to start. It's a good commitment to our students who need access to the community. So, you know, given the balance, so we have about $124,000 currently in our rollover dollars that need to be spent. Our plan to purchase the activity bus would leave us with some dollars over. And in my next memo, I'll maybe propose where we could spend them.
No, I want to make sure that the
Yeah.
other needs have already been met.
Yes.
And at this point in the school year, I would guess that that is indeed the case.
Yes, so we map out our grant dollars at the start of the year. We are being very careful and diligent to look at all of our expenditures and make sure that we are meeting the needs across the district. And so, yes, I would confidently say that our current needs in special education are met, and that these dollars are really a gift to us, that we have some, I mean, I don't know how often people can say we have rollover dollars that are available for a really specific need like this.
Sure, and that January deadline is
Yeah.
understandable. So thanks for keeping judicious watch of this.
Yes, thank you.
I'm recalling a tour we had of the light facility June, maybe, timeframe, and we happened to talk to some of the folks who handle the transportation of the light facility, and they said this was a huge need. So I fully support this as something to go forward with. One quick question, does the 12+1 van require a special type of license to drive?
It does not.
Okay, that's good. And then I guess the only other request I have is, given that CSBS is for both of them, maybe look for an opportunity to give them a discount if we buy both from them.
Okay, I will try that. I will try that. Sure thing.
Okay, and then the, one other quick point, Mr. Altman, on the 73, 950 that'll go through transportation, that ultimately will get about 60% of that reimbursed over time through.
Correct, that'll be depreciated over 5 years.
5 years, and we'll get paid, we'll get reimbursed for 60%, right?
60 to 70, correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I get to move back. So the next memo outlines a request for the board to approve the cost of engaging in a contract with CPI, which is our Nonviolent Crisis Prevention Intervention. We've contracted with them for many years to provide our staff with professional development training on nonviolent crisis prevention, right? Trying to support students preventatively, de-escalation, and all of the things that we are required to provide for certainly our special educators who work with students who may be involved in physical restraints, timeouts. That's an important part of what we do in special education. However, one of the other considerations we have is that across the district, we are trying to provide our staff with additional training on those de-escalation techniques that we can use for all students. And so Dr. McCrindle and I have been working together on all sorts of things. One of the things that we would like to partner on is a request to expand our opportunities to train staff. CPI has a couple of ways we can train staff. There are some half-day trainings that allow for just that generalized training around the de-escalation techniques that support behavior, and so we think that training is really valuable for all staff. And then there's more specialized training for staff who are really working with students who might need some type of physical intervention. And in the hopes that we don't, there are some preventative de-escalation techniques that we want all of our staff to be familiar with. So in order for us to have the capacity to train the amount of staff members we have, we need to expand the number of trainers we have. We currently have 2 trainers. They are amazing. They're highly specialized. They're behavior specialists, and they train about 400 of our staff members right now. And right now, all 400 of those staff members get the full-day training. And so when we're looking at this, we understand that it's important to consider the different types of training. The half-day verbal de-escalation, that training is more of a generalized training, and we can provide it to all staff from our secretaries, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, anyone in our buildings. So we're requesting to engage in a contract with CPI that would allow us to train 10 additional CPI trainers, one for every building. That would also allow us to reduce the number of subs that we're using throughout the school year. It would allow our behavior specialists to actually be in the classrooms with our students and teachers who are needing that more specialized piece. They would still be providing training in that really highly specialized way, but then we would have the ability to partner and look at like Teacher Institute Day as opportunities to do half-day trainings versus full-day trainings for all. So it would be more targeted. It would allow us to train more staff, use fewer subs and dollars for all of that. And there are other ways for us to just meet that staff professional development in this area that's of great need. So, and we know that the projected cost is high. We know that training is expensive. And so when talking about how do we pay for that and have kind of a long-term plan, there's the initial training, which requires our staff to get their certification. It's a 3-day training. CPI would come out here. They would train our staff here on site as long as we have 10 or more trainers. That's their minimum number, which kind of works out well the number of buildings we have, I'm just saying. So they would come out here. We also will be able to offer some autism specialty training for our current behavior specialists. Then there's an annual membership fee we would have to continue into next year, and then the following year there would be a retraining. That cost is obviously reduced for the retraining. Because it's not just special education, but it does look at supporting our multi-tiered system of for all staff in our district. The partnership between my special education, special services, and curriculum instruction allows us to look at different funding sources for the pay. So we would look at splitting the cost between learning and innovation, special education. We would look at grant dollars to help fund, so Title II and our IDEA grant. And because we would have some leftover dollars from our grant, I would suggest that we go ahead and use those dollars as well. So really grant funded and a plan to be able to afford this long term. I did ask ahead of time about is there any, where are the cost savings in bringing the CPI team to Huntley? We don't have to pay for the cost of travel for our staff. It does reduce, we're not paying for their travel, and as long as we have 10 and staff, they will do that for us. So the contract is for you. You should have a copy of that, and we would like to move ahead with this contract. They would come out this November. We would be able to see an immediate response and map out a professional development plan, not only for the rest of this school year, but into the next school year.
Any questions?
No, I remember years ago when I went through CPI training, I still remember it today. So this is valuable, and I think having the staff looped in on that too, and having that as a tool that they can use as well, I think that's hugely beneficial. So I'm in favor of this.
Me too.
I think it maps to the strategic plan of what we're going after in behavior management side of things, so it matches pretty well. We should prioritize dollars for those kind of things.
Thank you.
All right, with that, Mr. Craig.
Yep. 7.1, 2024-2025 school calendar. Dr. Zier.
Good evening. In front of you have the 24-25 school calendar proposal. A committee of HCA members, TESPA members, and administrators meet to put this together. So I just wanted to go over some of the highlights real quick. We can go month by month. I know this is the first time for some folks going through the calendar. Not really seeing any major changes. We're mirroring essentially what's going on this year. But we would welcome staff back on August 12th and 13th. for our first 2 Institute days, and then the first day of school would be August 14th. Our Institute Day on that Friday leading into Columbus Day would repeat from this year. One highlight is Election Day for 2024. The district would be closed on that day. General election. Parent-teacher conferences would appear on the same week as we go into Thanksgiving week. Parent-teacher conferences on the 25th and 26th of November. And then we would have, as we get into December, 2 full weeks off, and one little tweak here. The students would have an extra day off as we would come back to an Institute Day on January 6th. So that's something that's a little bit different from the schedule that we have going on this year. And then as we get into February, we would have the 14th off, that Friday, going into that President's Day weekend, which would be on Monday. Then the last full week of March would be our spring break. We have the district closed in April on the 18th, and the last day would be the 23rd of May. So, take any questions about the calendar, but pretty straightforward.
Okay, any questions?
I looked at the calendar, it looks pretty similar to this year, and I kind of like the way our calendar lays out.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move that forward to the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right, moving over to community engagement. Ms. Murray.
Yeah. All right. Mrs. Barr has a nice. Go ahead.
Sure. Good evening. So I did submit a memo about FOIA, and before I go further, I'm going to explain what FOIA is, because I'm not sure everybody understands that. So FOIA stands for Freedom of Information Act. It's a law that provides the public the right to request access to records from federal agencies. In addition, the Illinois Freedom of Information Act is a law that provides the public the right to request access to records from state and local agencies, including school districts. It's a critical tool that is used to promote transparency, accountability, and public trust in public organizations like ours. So I just wanted to put that out there. The memo was submitted in response to a request from some of the board about the possibility that we consider posting our fulfilled FOIAs to our website. And my understanding is this discussion started last spring when I was not here, but I did hear some feedback from the board since I've been here about looking into should we consider this, and if so, what are our options? So I put those in the memo to you all tonight for consideration, along with some things to think about if this is something that the board wants to do. So just wondered if there are questions, or if you'd like me to expand on any of that.
Mark, can you go ahead and highlight, there's a variety of different things that I think the board needs to weigh out. There's pros and cons to all of it. Transparency is something we absolutely want to make sure that we're doing with our information and our data. There are a couple components, though, with some pieces of that might provide, or prove to be a little bit difficult just because of size or media when you're talking about videos. So in looking at that, if you want to kind of highlight some of this, the possible recommendation if the board does approve to go this direction, what administration we kind of looked at as what we would recommend.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe backing up a little bit too, just to talk about, besides transparency, another advantage in doing this and why some agencies will do this is because it can, depending how you do it, it could cut down on duplicative requests. So there's different ways to do this. Some of them are free, they would cost nothing, and some organizations use a third-party platform that helps to reduce the duplicate requests because they provide a database or almost like a searching capability, a tracking capability. So they really streamline the process for the requester. So we did look at those different ways of doing that. School districts do it both ways. So some are just putting it into their board packet as a PDF document, and that there is no cost in doing that if you manage that yourself. If you get a little fancier with this and you use
third-party tool to track and provide some sort of search capability, there is a cost associated with that. So just want to start with that. As the board considers this, I think the things that we need to consider are the protection of student privacy and the student records. We are unique. We are a unique entity in that standpoint. And so some of the recommendations that I've made here are really that if you want to move forward with this, that we do documents only, that we do not, that we exclude video recording as it can be a part of a student record. And that also we take caution, and again, this comes back to the identification of students. So we go to great lengths to make sure that as these requests are being fulfilled, we're redacting information that would be personally identifiable to students. So that really needs to be of most importance. And then I made some other recommendations too, that if we did this, we would do it where we would not at least start out with a third-party platform, that we would do this within the board packet, so there would be no cost, that we would keep these records out there for 2 years to start, and that if we decided to make this change and implement, we would start this after the new year in January. But happy to answer any questions, but probably, something that the board should discuss, evaluate the pros and cons, and then that I would recommend bringing to the next meeting for approval, if that's what you'd like to do.
It's just a couple of comments. I'm in favor of the transparency here. I think it's a good thing to put it out there. I would worry, as you've outlined, that any video might have unintended consequences of student data. I can't think of video that wouldn't have students in it, that might be requested. So I would agree, don't put the video out there. I think we should put the limit there, and we need to be very strident to make sure that we're not releasing student records out there. But I think in general, our FOIA shouldn't be releasing that as well. We protect against that as well.
I think one of your goals, it was, again, it might be an extreme situation there where you had stated not only they could exacerbate a situation that could cause undue harm.
Yes.
And so if there was something that was excluded, I think we could put a statement about that undue harm. Again, those situations may be few and far between out there, and they might not be thinking about. Sometimes there's commercial requests that may be asking for a variety of things where it's all like staff contact information. Well, we might want to think about, yes, that's a commercial component that we want all of those contact information out there. Again, we just need to think through each of those situations. For the most part, I think those numbers will be few and far between, but we would have an explanation if something was excluded from that.
So one of the things that's not mentioned in here is actually employees, because we had a situation 2 years ago now where there was a lot of FOIAs that were going back and forth trying to target one specific employee, and that made for a very uncomfortable situation in many different respects. So I understand the student component of this, but I think there's an employee sensitivity here as well that needs to be protected.
And sometimes there may be employees that are named because of emails or things like that. That's a very different type of situation. And Mr. Troy, that's exactly what we were thinking when that could exacerbate undue harm. And so that would be for any person. It could be a staff member, it could be a volunteer, it could be a student, anything like that.
Yeah, I understand the purpose of this and the intent behind it, but if that unintended consequence, that's always the one that you try your best to do the right thing for the right reasons, and it still bites you, and that's the one that really I worry about.
Yeah, maybe in general, the board probably needs to understand what our existing policy is on redacting and which information gets redacted. Something else that recently came up was a FOIA that was made for the applicants for the vacant board seat. And while I agree that's public information, some of the information that was put out there was sent to social media groups, and it clearly identified very personal information, very close to doxing almost, because it was our candidates' resumes. And this was a group that's in the community that comes very close to presenting itself like a school entity because of its name and how they're calling themselves. So I think the board could benefit from understanding what the currency policy is so we could make any changes if necessary in there.
I could then follow up with that.
Yeah, I think, with students, it's very cut and dry, right? It's any identifiable information. And so, you can't just FOIA that information. Most of that has to come from a judge's court order. For staff and adults, it's very different. And so we could definitely look into that. It might also be something where we would maybe need to bring a recommendation of a policy if we were moving in that direction where it would specify some of those components for this purpose exactly.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
And to dovetail off of that, it might be valuable to take a look at what other districts do in these types of situations to see where their policy ties into some of these types of concerns.
Yeah, great idea.
So we're not reinventing the wheel necessarily.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you for that feedback.
My comment on it would be in favor of the transparency. My biggest concern would be cost to administration. Your office spends a fair amount of time on some of these FOIA requests. That's up a lot of time and resources, and I'm in favor of this as long as it doesn't push, it doesn't become a costly endeavor and then we're having to look at third parties to administrate it. As long as we don't have to go that route, I'm fine with this. I'd be in favor if we need outside help to administrate this. Outside help at a cost.
One of the things that we are doing just, even with the current processes that we have, because we are fulfilling those components, is to have additional staff and different departments here to be trained as FOIA officers so that it is not just falling in our communications department. Because on a given week, how many we had last week?
We've had recently. Sorry. We've had an uptick recently. In the past month, we've had about 10. So that's our highest number so far.
So that does exactly what you're saying. It kind of takes away from that. Again, we want to provide that information, but we are looking at ways that we can do that effectively and efficiently with that piece as well.
So are you looking for an approval tonight, or what are you looking for tonight?
So, again, this was in response to, I believe it was in May or June, we said we would come back. We took a little bit of time because we had a changeover in administration and technology and all of communications and all of that. So we wanted to bring that forward and have that discussion with the board. We could either move that forward. My recommendation is if we're moving that forward, that we would put it on action, just in case there was any more additional information, or if there are those couple pieces that you, as a board, felt, hey, let's get a little bit more information on what does that policy or what would those things identify, we could bring that back in December as a committee as a whole, and then take it to the December action, a regular board meeting for action. So kind of just a little direction from the six of you on, would you like that, moving forward, or what additional information from here?
More information on policy and how it's tying into practice?
Policy, and I think also if there is a third-party service, I know this is hard to estimate, but if it's a time-saving measure by not having to duplicate requests for the same FOIAs, I think that would address Mr. Quagliano's concerns as well. So things, anything that you can quantitate in that way.
What I can tell you on that is I've done some research. The Village of Huntley just recently started using a third-party platform, and I know that it has increased their efficiency by a lot.
Sure.
But they get considerably more FOIAs than we do. So I think we need to balance the need to do this with some financial consideration.
And the two pros there of using that platform is it's not changing, we're still doing the work, it's organizing that work and making sure that we're catching all of the components, but then that searchability for the elimination of the duplicate. So while we would still be pulling and doing all of those things, that definitely has that plus of making
Still have
sure
to do
it's
the
all
work, but they kind of put it
right.
all into one bucket,
Yeah.
it does streamline things.
Thank you.
So we will not move that one to consent, we will bring that back in, I think, December. Ah, perfect, thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, Finance Committee, 9.1 is our payables. We have our purchase orders, impress checks, accounts payable, and disbursements listed. Are there any questions related to those items from the committee?
Just, one question, the Wold PO, was that for the shed? Okay.
Any additional questions from any of the board concerning it? If not, we'll move that forward to the board meeting for consent. 9.2 is monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Only a few updates to note. We did receive the Volkswagen State Electric Bus Grant of $1,042 this past month, so that's good news, clearing the receivable that we had on the books. So that is done and gone. And I also did want to note next week we will be presenting the preliminary levy for your review, and so we will walk through that next month with the levy hearing being in December, and there is another agenda item tonight to approve the levy hearing in December as well, and that's standard operating procedure. Anything else, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? For the board? Okay, if not, we'll move on to 9.3, which is revenue and expenditures report. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Everybody has in front of them the September 23 financial executive summary 3 months into the year. Really, as of fiscal year to date for September, 3 months into the year, driven really by the majority of capital expense being paid for, we are currently sitting at a deficit of $2.7 million, although that is really expected because of purchase services as well as capital outlay being spent. Well, front-loaded. It's front-loaded. Correct. So no material concerns on the dashboard, no material concerns with really anything that we are tracking with. Health insurance, other than health insurance. If you do look at page 2, that third column there should be noted as September 2023, and we had over $1,057,840 worth of claims. So we continue to trend with settlement costs a little over budget. So we will continue to monitor that as we go through the year. But like I said, we're only 3 months into the year, and we can hope that will turn the other way. Other than that, really nothing else to add. I think where we stand versus prior year and how we're trending 3 months into the year, I have no concerns at this point in time.
All right, does anybody have any questions from the committee for Mr. Altmeyer on that? I don't. Anybody from the rest of the board? Thank you for that. 9.4 is the revenue contract. There are 4 revenue contracts in the report. Are there any questions related to those 4 revenue contracts? Not, we'll move that forward to the board for approval on consent. Brings us to 9.5, our fiscal year 23 audit. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Everybody should have in front of them a nice 91-page bound audit report. We spend the month of June and July and really preparing for the audit for the early part of August, and in doing so that we can create, the story of the fiscal year with 91 pages. And if you really want some exciting reading, footnote number 10 is a 9-page footnote on, the commitments of retirement in line with what the state of Illinois expects us to put into a footnote, as well as GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So I'm kidding on that, but that is a 9-page footnote. You don't see a lot of those, but that is kind of a requirement that we have to go through. Unfortunately, our partner with Evans, Marshall and Peace, Chris Scollett, is here to present the audit, but before he does, I do want to say thank you to my Director of Finance who prepared for the audit. And preparing for an audit and managing an audit and getting through this and ticking and tying the numbers as we did is no easy task. So I want to thank Jenny, certainly. She's our new Director of Finance, came in rolling, and did a great job with this as well as the team. So thank you, Jenny, as well. I'll provide a few highlights, and then I'm going to hand it off to the audit partner to add a few more highlights. But I think we all know last year was a challenging year, right? Last year was a challenging year financially, primarily driven by health insurance claims exceeding budget by almost $2.1 million, right? It was tough to hire people, whether it was transportation, whether it was bus drivers, and special ed was the same thing. But in special ed and on the instruction side, we need to continue to meet the needs of our students. As a result, we had to outsource and contract service a lot of different positions. And unfortunately, that's another line item for which we approximately went over budget by $1.5 million. So the operating deficit for the district came in at approximately $1.6 million. So really in line with expectations, knowing that, well, health insurance was 2.1 over, contracted services was 1.5 million over. So that was offset by favorability in interest earnings. So thankfully, the economy helped us there by about $270,000. And we had about $560,000, I believe, of favorability on CPPRT because we budgeted conservatively on that line item. So that kind of left us at the end of the day with a $1.6 million deficit instead of, 3.6. So with that, and as a result of that, we always look at our profile score. And the profile score is the state ranking as to where we are, as a ranking level. And there's the recognition status, which is typically where we have been, but the last 2 years we've been under the review status. And we're under the review status because, one of the 5 ratios that they use to calculate that ranking is revenue to expense. And unfortunately, our revenue to expense is, negative because expenses have exceeded revenue the last 2 years. The first year, though, we budgeted a deficit, and so we kind of knew that there was a chance that we would fall into that review status. But this past year, we budgeted a $250,000+ operating surplus, and we came in at a $1.6 million deficit, thus driving us into that review status. I do want to make the point, we do have a KPI, we do have a strategic planning goal to turn that around. We do want to hit recognition for fiscal year 24, the current year we're in, and hopefully we will do that. So with that, I think the audit went very smoothly, but here to tell you a little bit more is our partner, Chris Scollett from Evans, Marshall and Peace, and thank you for waiting, by the way.
Not a problem.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mark. Good evening, Board of Education. The primary objective of a financial statement audit, realistically, is to make Mr. Altmeyer sweat, right? Just kidding. It is to provide assurance that the financial statements fairly present the financial position of the district. This is very meaningful for both internal and external parties that rely on the district's financial statements. With that being said, the audit went really, really well this year, as I did not run into any audit reporting or internal control issues. And in terms of internal controls, a financial statement audit, I don't provide an actual opinion on controls, but I did want to commend the district for their strong internal controls. My firm audits about 30 school districts in the state, all within the Collier counties here, and three things that have been coming to my attention over the last 2 years that we do an excellent job here are performing reconciliations regularly, reviewing and improving transactions, and mainly maintaining adequate supporting documentation. This has been an ongoing issue for me within school districts lately. I don't know why, but I've been doing this almost 15 years, and I've never been so backed up with the amount of districts not being prepared for the audit. So I want to commend the district and the business department that to continue to stay on top of things. I know from a firm level, for me, hiring accounting personnel, finding CPAs, it's a dying profession. And to have a CPA on staff for a school district is very, very rare. I believe Mr. Altmeyer is the only CPA out of the 30 school districts who is actually a CPA. The CSBO program is starting to become very limited, starting to see a lot of people in these positions that aren't qualified. So to be able to have that here makes a world of difference for my job. I could actually come in here and do an audit, right? These other places, I'm actually having to have these districts sign off on a lot of independence requirements. That's basically, I'm auditing my own work. So to be able to do that speaks very highly of the work that's being done here. Not only is the documentation there, but this district's running their books on an accrual basis. So for people that are not familiar with that, most districts run their books on a cash basis. Whatever goes into the bank, that's what's recorded on the books. I come in at the end, I prepare all the accruals, I do the journal entries. This is the only district that we do that actually runs their books on accrual and prepares all the accrual statements. So I'm actually auditing, I'm not doing the work. So those are a few things that I really wanted to touch on, because I think sometimes those do go unnoticed in terms of an audit. Because like I previously said, I find myself auditing myself more, which is allowed through GASB, but it's really not the whole goal of an audit. So I think something needs to really change on GASB's level to try to make these things a little bit easier for me, because it's putting out a lot of extra workload within my firm. So I'm not going to really touch too much on numbers here. Everything that I was going to speak on, Mr. Altmeyer went over. But just a few other things I wanted to point out that the district is continually and closely monitoring their budget with strong administrative oversight. And Mr. Altmeyer alluded to this, while still maximizing investment returns and then restructuring its debt to save on interest rates. We've had a debt restructuring plan here for 3 to 4 years now, locking in interest rates in an inflating market. Again, this is the only district that I've seen do that, which again speaks highly on the business department as well as the board. So I really want to thank Mark and Jenny and the entire business department for their hard work and timeliness throughout the entire audit process. I know it's a pain for me to come in and stop their daily workload, but they really do stop, drop, and roll for me to get me in and get me out. So I'd like to see that continue. And then I'd also like to personally thank Jenny for getting through this first year of her audit with the retirement of Debbie. And Jenny was very kind, honest, thorough, and very efficient. So like I said earlier, I know I kind of come in and demand a lot of things, but the communication was on point. We were all very thorough, and the audit's a huge process. There's a lot of work involved into it. A lot of work goes in those 96 pages, if you read it or not. And I don't recommend reading those pension notes either. But yeah, you know, it's just it's a process that can go smoothly or can't. And unfortunately, like I said earlier, it's starting to go the other way, and I hope something changes. But here is proof that it still can be done. So with that, I'll take any questions the board has, and if there's anything that comes up after, you can email Mr. Altmeyer, and I'll do my best to answer those questions as well. So thanks.
Okay, so first thing is the efficiency in being able to do a true audit here, I believe, is what's helping keep your audit costs down. I mean, you guys do it at a very reasonable price.
Mm-hmm.
And is it an accurate statement as compared to some of your other districts where you're going to have to spend a lot more time doing work?
Yeah, that's correct. You've actually brought up a strong point. Audit fees lately have been almost doubling. A lot of school districts have gotten letters from their auditors saying, we're not doing your audit anymore. There's not enough people to do this work anymore. So yes, the more the district can do and the less I have to do, obviously drives the cost down as well too. It's a great point.
Right. So that's one of the things I wanted to commend your department for. This actually would be a question for Mark, because you alluded to the internal controls, and I am aware that over Mr. Altmeyer's in the office, the focus on internal controls. One of the things that you've done in the last couple of years is the positive pay, as far as how our checks, disbursements clear. Can you elaborate on what
Yeah, positive pay is something we use with BMO Bank, who, you know, holds our checking account. And positive pay is this, when we do a check run at the, you know, twice, 2-3 times a month, every Friday, especially after a board meeting, we'll send out 200 checks. And those 200 checks are logged with the bank by check number, payee, and amount, so that when one of our vendors, maybe it's Evans, Marshall, and Pease, receive that check and they deposit that check, before it clears our bank, there's a match. There's a positive pay match for every single check that goes out. And over the years, well, we've actually caught several fraudulent scams where checks have gone to somebody else and they've tried to change the payee, or they've tried to change the dollar amount, and those are caught. So those are little things that we do that not every district is doing, because it does take a lot of extra work on our side, really, to monitor that, especially if on a Friday night at 7 o'clock, we get a notice. We have to address that, especially if it's maybe a payroll check, for instance, right? So that is really positive pay in a nutshell.
Right, no problem. I just, yeah, because I didn't know that there's a lot of school districts doing it, but I think there was a huge move when you went to that a few years ago. So that's just an example of some of the types of internal controls that, again, there's a lot of cross-training and in your office as far as who's reviewing, how things are approved, of that nature. So commend you for the infrastructure and the procedures you got in place. Yeah, I don't know that I have any more. I mean, I understand. I don't even know how you get auditors anymore. Because yes, our profession is a dying profession, and there's very few people who are actually certified public accountants. So it is very reassuring to have Mr. Altmeyer in that position and have a staff that's highly competent. So appreciate your time and effort.
No problem.
On the notes around the positive pay, have we looked at paying using ACH to actually physical checks?
We have. That's part of our operational efficiency and strategic plan down the road. We just need to make sure that if we do something like that, right, that I don't want to say there's a cost benefit, but, you know, every department we have in generally in education, operational education, we you know, we're pretty thin, we're pretty tight. So to go ACH, we have to look at all the processes involved, the costs involved, and yes, there will be, you know, savings, paper savings, but will there be labor savings? That's really what we need to kind of look into, because every invoice that comes in, every purchase order that needs to be approved, every purchase order that needs to be approved by a director or a principal or us, you know, those things still need to happen for that whole process to work. And I understand ACH is on the very back end, but it's still part of the overall process that we need to look at. So we're looking at everything.
Yeah, I guess from my personal experience, it actually saves us a ton of labor, as well as the cost. The cost of checks are not actually inexpensive, as well as the labor stuff involved. But we saved a bunch on that. Can you give some color on how much fraud is attempted? Just,
I would ask for Jenny if you had anything over the last 8 months come through on positive pay. We've had a couple, I know.
Positive pay, there's been issues. There's been, and it was received, signed it, and it never went to the person to go to. We've gotten all that back. We have to, you know, file a fraud report and an affidavit, get that money back, but it's something, another.
Outside of positive pay.
Right.
So positive pay can't catch everything.
No,
If somebody intercepts your check and cashes it.
The reason behind the question is that, because I know that it's out there quite a bit of, they are very creative in ways of trying to get you to change the address of where you send these things to, and it's one of the evolving things.
And we do monitor that in our vendor and on the purchase order side, payable side. Like, we just don't randomly make vendor changes, vendor address changes. We all learned a little bit more about phishing, right? and to not respond to emails requesting millions of dollars of money, even if your name's on it. So we are seeing, because that's the point, right? We're seeing a lot more phishing, we're seeing a lot, and that's all fraudulent, right? So they all count. But, yeah. So not a ton, but we do see it on occasion. And we do have a lot of our P cards, right, that we see a lot of fraud on the P cards, right? And they catch it, and we got to shut down the P card. We got to issue new P cards, and just like everybody else in the country. So we do see probably more of that than anything.
Did anybody else have any questions for our auditor?
No.
Thank you for coming out, sitting around for a bit. Appreciate
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, take care. And then just, anybody have any comments concerning if they've had a chance to review the audit? I think I got 75% of it. And the only thing to highlight for me is just, again, a reminder, because we've talked about it, page 35 of the footnotes has the best vision of what our long-term debt structure looks like and what the result of all the refunding was. I mean, we go through all these presentations and all this stuff through all these different board meetings, but that page, both top and bottom, illustrate pretty well what our long-term bond situation is, what we've refunded to, what the rates we've refunded to. You can see that the range of rates is no higher than 4%. Many of them are in that 1.7 to less than 3% rate. So we really have right-sized our debt. And then in the bottom part where the repayment structure is, we actually, in the subsequent events portion of this audit, goes into the action that was taken in October to fill in that last piece, to defease that last capital appreciation bond that exists, and to fill in the 25, 26, and 27 gap years where the bond repayments were lower. We filled those in and taken down the 24 bond repayment. So you can see that what's left for the history of all of our bonds are really going to be a very consistent dollar amount, which should mean for our taxpayers, as again, more new construction comes on, there's more people to take on, that actual tax rate will come down over time, and there'll be more people sharing in that, so the individual taxpayer will get some relief shortly as that starts to occur over like the last 10 years of our bond repayment.
Yeah, and I would add to that, if you're one of the board members looking at this audit report and you see fiscal year 24 and it's extended at a debt payment of $24.7 million, that's the subsequent event we're talking about. But how that was refinanced, was if you look at the next 3 years, those excess dollars above about $12 million, $12.4 million was taken off of that number and spread over the next 3 years. So it was a very short-term refinance that we did with that $12.4 million, which then equalizes the debt over the next, 12 years.
Yeah, so it's just for anybody who's looking to kind of get a better handle on our debt structure, that's the page where you want to apply it.
And the other thing, I always look with the debt footnote, if I'm looking at any other organization's financial statement, that's one of the very first things I look at. As a homeowner, right, we're always looking at our mortgage. How many years do I have left, right, on a 30-year mortgage, 20-year mortgage? God, wouldn't it be nice to refinance it to a 10-year mortgage? So when you look at the school district and you look at what we have here, right, on 3 different campuses, with the buildings we have, with the things that we have in the buildings, to know that while we only have 12 years left on our mortgage, so to speak, pretty exciting.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
I think we have $250 million of
So that's how I kind of look at that as well.
Yep.
A lot of school districts still have 20 years, and they continue to refinance and kick that can down the road. And every time they refinance and continue to kick that can down the road, it's more and more interest. It's more and more cost to the taxpayers in the long haul because they do that. We did it because, well, we had to, but we also did it so that we could take advantage of interest rates of 1.6. Like we have we have a refunding 2022 bond at 1.7% on $12 million. That's a good deal, especially in today's market. So,
Right.
so just a little more information. Thank you.
Right, so the overall from this, you gave the high level, that's exactly, purchase services ran high, for the reasons you stated. Health, cost ran high, because we've been talking about it for the last 6 months, because they were proclaimed self-insured. So this, I was telling Mr. Bittman, is first unplanned deficit we've actually had since I can ever recall.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, things are starting to get tighter here, as costs ratchet up. So we're gonna have to continue to be a little, more diligent in our cost structures and the like. Sure that, this is not, it's one of the hallmarks of, we've tried to be, is only spend what we have, and so now we're starting to get to that outer edge where we don't really want to have these recurring deficits. So we'll have to manage this and work at it over these next few years to make sure that we don't have these heat of this type of year. Anybody else have any comments that they want to add? Okay, it's an audit, it's not that much. It's pretty dry, so I get it. So, not a problem. All right,
Less shocking, more people want to go into this.
Yeah.
it is shocking, yeah. It's telling you, it's a dying profession, it's killing me every day. Tell you that for a fact. 9.6 is our levy hearing. Mr.
Yeah, nothing really else to add on this. This is really standard operating procedure at this point in time. Not every year are we required to have a levy hearing, right? I think over the last 15 years, we've had one every year, regardless. And I say regardless because in accordance with PTEL, if a district were to extend in excess of 105% of the prior year's levy, well, that's called truth in taxation, and you're required to have a levy hearing. But we as a district and we as an administration and board have said, well, we don't really care about truth in taxation because it's appropriate to have a levy hearing every year because it's property taxes that we don't take lightly to the community. So this is just a request to have the levy hearing on December 21st, Thursday, December 21st, to hold that truth in taxation hearing. Nothing more to add?
Questions? All right, we'll prove that or put that on our consent for the next board meeting. So then let's move to 10, building and grounds. Mr. Troy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Rakosik. We'll kick it off as we always do with O&M updates. Anything on here to highlight, please?
Yes, there's two things I want to mention. We're continuing to be in a dialogue with consortium school districts in Illinois on our opportunity from the Renew America grant for developing a mobile microgrid. Our present award status from the part of the group is $1,045,000. Our local share is $46,375. That would, our vision right now, where we would, where that money would do for us is acquire 2 more electric buses and 2 chargers that would be E2G compliant. We're working with Verigy, our partners with the electrical infrastructure today, to get some conceptual costs together to try to stay within that budget target right now. And that's all I have to say on that one. The solar array that we added to support our electric bus infrastructure was recognized by ComEd as a completed project and permission to operate on October 20th. We're close to closing out 5 of our large projects from the summer of 23. It's been a tough year. The contractors all whined all summer long how busy they were, and they're still completing other projects. We just have very small punch lists of things to do. We've taken beneficial use of that in a reasonable amount of time before school started on these projects, the ones we needed. It's just a little tougher than usual this year to get them to to finally close the projects out. But we continue to squeak their wheel and try to help them reach that goal wherever we can. We released 2 bids for summer 24 work. One is roof replacement, the last phase at Huntley High School is not presently under warranty, and asphalt seal coats. We should bring recommendations to the board for award in January on those. That's my expectation right now. Last thing I wanted to add, unless there's any other questions, is that Forefront Power has told me that they presented me their 3rd year performance review on the solar that is installed, and they still exceed the goal that they had with us for the contract. So, be happy to answer any questions other than that.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the board at large? I do have one question for you. In light of Halloween's weather wonderland, how did we do on snow remediation, or was there any needed?
It was a pre-treatment event the first night.
Okay.
And we're having trouble getting with the brine. So we depleted our stock down to a pretty low level. We had to supplement that with granular in the parking stalls. We did get pre-treatment down night before the first night.
Okay.
That was Tuesday night. Or maybe Monday night. And Tuesday night we didn't have any brine. So when we knew this was coming, we called out a granular application.
Sure. Is that because of the time of the year, or is it like because of the premature snow?
It's a combination of things. I think just like everything else related to following the pandemic, everything's slow.
Okay.
In production of ice melt, we finally got our liquid brine tank up to 6,000 gallons today. We usually consume about 3,000 gallons on one treatment of our 3.3 million square foot of asphalt and all our 9-mile sidewalk. So we're good for a little while. We asked them for more. They usually would deliver 4,000 gallon tankers at a time. This time they came in 2,000 gallon tankers. So they were here a few times today. But they can't give us any more right now. So it's just kind of frustrating. But our granular app contractor is waiting for our call. Okay. Ready to go. We had our pre-season meeting with them about a month ago. So they're ready to rock. They had the equipment on site about a week prior. And we're ready to go.
Hopefully it stays away until like January or February.
One more thing I just wanted to add, I'm sorry, is I reached out to the 3 villages on zoning ordinance requirements for signage.
Yes.
And I got information for all 3 of them that just come in, and I'm going to assemble that into a little bullet point list that we share with the group. And I know that the leadership has some work to do with all the stakeholders on Division 90. But it's interesting to note that the requirements of the 3 villages are all different, and one's extraordinarily restrictive. So, we won't probably be seeing the vision of what we want. But all 3 campuses, it might be different just because one of the villages doesn't want to do it unless we want to get down to that level. So it's called a variance.
Yeah, I took the liberty of contacting a friend of mine in a neighboring district because there's something that I've been to their office several times. That was one of the things that's always struck me is the hand lettering of their sign. And I asked about it, and they said exactly that it is a hyper-restrictive environment that prohibits even that location of, it's not on a main thoroughfare, that district office. It's on a side street, if you will. And they said, yeah, well, it just is. We've tried, and it just didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, there's interesting things in there about the.
You can name names here. Which one? Yeah, name names.
It's Elgato. Yeah.
The other 2 villages actually have in their ordinance, the frequency of the change of the text on the sign has to be at a certain kinds of things like that. So, you know, we'll have to make sure whoever has access to the program is very careful on that.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to the rest of the information, next time. Any questions from the committee or the board at large? All right, with that said, we'll move on to 10.2, please. The change order regards to Schroeder Asphalt.
Yes, we are still not closed with them. They've got a couple field things to do and some paperwork. I want to thank our technology department for helping us. We actually took a bad situation and turned it into a good thing for us. Instead of repairing some damaged phone lines, we're converting that at a lesser cost, and it'll be a lesser operating cost down the road to phone over IT, thanks to their hard work. And so there's some costs that we're going to experience that it would have been either Schroeder Asphalt pay AT&T to fix the phone lines, put it back the way it was, and experience even a greater expense than what you can see because they would have to patch the asphalt. Or this hard work would go in with the hard work of our tech department and our elevator contractor at a lesser expense. We won't have phone line operating costs. And some in our background checks, and then there were a couple of other utility damages on the property that their drain tile contractor did. And during the heat of battle, and to keep the project moving this summer, they condone our office calling contractors to quickly make the repairs of that project and keep moving. So we're recouping those expenses.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the board at large? Any objections from the committee for moving this forward? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and move that ahead to the board. Item 10.3, please. Change order number 1 for Jensen's Plumbing and Heating.
Well, the board may remember back in the day when we awarded this contract, that the cost was recognizably more than prior years because the manufacturer of the equipment we had in prior years didn't make it anymore. This is a more commercial industrial equipment, and lo and behold, its weight is notably more. A lot more heavy-duty equipment there, and therefore there had to be a little structural reinforcement done. Not that terribly expensive, but there was a recognized expense, and they want to be reimbursed for that, all fairness to them, because our engineers writing the bid spec didn't realize that that wasn't good enough. That change was that equipment that normally was spec wasn't going to be that. And then we're recouping our background check expense.
So for the dollar amount, it's a little over $3,100. Okay. Any questions from the committee, please? Any questions from the board at large? Any objections from the committee for moving this forward? All right, we'll go ahead and move that one ahead. Brings us to 10.4. Extension of the service agreement with Advantage Mechanical, please.
We've been working with them for it'll be 7 years hopefully the end of next summer. The service has been fine, very good. It was financially it was very comfortable bit of work because the price was low back when we started. We've enlisted their participation in doing recording their preventive maintenance tasks on our new computerized maintenance management software. They've whined a little bit. We've had some minor equipment changes, they're going along successfully with that. But as they started to whine, we did explore outside other operations for this kind of support service for preventive maintenance on our large equipment. Our large equipment's chillers, boilers, large condensers. We always take an alternate for air handlers just because if it's financially feasible, we want to go ahead with it. We do have a limited maintenance staff. We're very lean for the type of network of equipment that we support. So we have to be very careful. What we can't do because either it doesn't get done at all, or they're doing that and then we have to outsource repairs, so we have to tread that fine line. And we took that alternate and we continue to enjoy that support network to allow us to be more responsive to work orders. That's part of the service. There are some small condensers, a couple of minor water heater burners. They keep an eye on them for efficiency in their boilers, to keep the burners running efficiently. And so when we explored outsourcing to alternatives just for kicks, we found out that the prices were substantially more. Just in conceptual conversations, because this is going to expire next summer. We don't move forward with this. We did talk to them, and they did express their concern that as we all hear with the inflation and all the tugs and sort of terms, I was concerned they maybe wouldn't be able to limit their increase to the cap limits in our contract, but they were able to find a way to do that.
Okay.
So that is what they're offering. They're willing to go that increase for the last 3 years that we're able to have in for a contract. Because the bid specification and contract language all said that the board could, at the board's discretion, it could be extended to a maximum of 10 years, which would be at the end of this 3-year extension beyond next September, I think.
And just for my own re-edification, the equipment that they're supporting, when was this installed approximately? Or the different pieces?
Some of it's original.
Original, okay.
Yeah. All the boilers in the district water heaters, that most of them cycle through, just because of the nature of water heaters. Rooftop units are mostly original. They serve all the air handlers original. And look, I'd say probably 85–90% is all original equipment for the buildings, which is 23 years old.
Okay, so the value of the work, right, the value of the contract to continue to maintain the equipment seems like it's a pretty good spend then.
I've done presentations on the fact that there's 2 really important things with this preventive maintenance. Number one, you maintain the quality of the indoor environment buildings. Because the equipment doesn't break down. Number 2, it just doesn't break down. Then keep ahead of the repair expenses. Oh yeah, it's a proven fact.
Okay. All right. Anything else to add on this one? Not hearing anything. Okay. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the board at large? All right. Committee, is there any reason to hold back on this one? All right. Not hearing any, we'll go ahead and move this ahead as well. Move it over to legislative committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. Okay, number 11, I don't have any updates. We're good there. We'll have, moving on to number 12, Board of Education. We struck 12.1. So any discussion about the minutes that were attached? With that, we'll move forward with those into the next regular meeting. And then we will move to number 13. Are there any public comments? Melissa Karen.
Need to push a button. Where it says push?
It won't explode.
I am height challenged. Pretty obvious. Good evening. My name is Melissa Cairns. I'm just here as a concerned resident. My kids have graduated and moved on in college and life. But I'm here to encourage you all, board members, to carefully consider the candidates who have put forward their names to join you on the board. I urge you to review them objectively and attempt to make the most honest assessment possible of each candidate. Sorry, public speaking is not my thing. As you know, there's considerable public interest in your selection. Your choice will tell members of this community as much about you as it will about the person you select. As you consider the applicants, please ask yourselves, who will be most likely to be a problem solver and base their participation upon facts and objective reality rather than preconceived notions or opinions? This board has some very important decisions ahead, not the least of which is deciding on our new superintendent. Please remember that you are responsible and accountable to everyone in the community, not just those who voted for you or share your political positions. We are counting on you to be thoughtful in your decision-making and to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other public comments, we'll move on to number 14. And I will make a motion to move into closed session at 8:36 p.m. as outlined on the agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Guagliano. Can I have a roll call?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
With that, we move down to, would, make a motion to, exit closed session at 12:34 a.m.
You want to resume?
And resume open session. Sorry, I missed that.
That's all right.
I would resume open session at 12:34 a.m. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Praddy?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
What? Yeah.
Mr. Pittman?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
I'm here.
All right, I will make a motion to adjourn the first meeting at 12:35 a.m. Because we have a special meeting.
Okay. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we will adjourn the first meeting, and I will call to order the special meeting for Thursday, now Friday, at 12:35 p.m. Quorum has been met. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Pittman?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Praddy?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
With that, we will move to number 2, any public comment. All right, seeing no public comments, we'll move to number 3, appointment of a new board member. We've had quite a bit of discussion. Do you want to open up with any discussion? Or do I hear any motions for appointment?
Okay, so I'll make the first motion. Motion to approve Richard Bobby, to the board seat.
Second.
Ready with the second? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Murray?
What do we vote? We're voting whether
For
I want him or
Rich,
not, right?
yeah.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Pittman?
No.
Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Praddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
All right, with that, the motion is tied, so it does not pass. Do I hear any other motions?
Motion to nominate Dana Wiley.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Murray with the second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Troy?
No.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Pittman?
Yes.
Mr. Praddy?
No.
All right, with that, Ms. Dana Wiley has been appointed on a vote 4-2. I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:37 a.m.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano.
Third.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, with that, the meeting is adjourned.